General quarters, general quarters. All hands man your battle stations. Set condition zebra throughout the ship. Forward up to starboard, down aft to port. Brace yourselves for high-speed maneuvers as we engage hostile contacts. This is not a drill.
And welcome back, all ye noble ladies, lords, and lads of the great American Negro family. All hail ye, the great, mighty Abba Noblesse. How are you doing this evening? Glad you have all joined us this late, very late evening. Had some technical issues. I'm glad that I've been able to iron those out, but let's get into it. Trying to kind of disseminate some things. There's a lot to disseminate. You've been hearing a lot of nonsense going around as of late. You have been told that we, as the great American Negro, have, say, no dog in the fight with this thing with Ukraine. To a degree, many are right. Not in the direct confrontation. However, when it comes to economy, they're wrong. Because we are America. We, the mighty nobles of America. That is our tax money. You know, America. The greatest contributor to NATO. The mightiest militarized nation on the planet. The mightiest Air Force in the world. The largest Air Force in the world. Let's put something in perspective, shall we? The largest Air Force in the world is the United States Air Force. The second largest Air Force in the world is the United States Navy. Does that put it in perspective for you? Then you would have the third largest Air Force in the world. Would be the whole of the combined European allied nations. Then followed by Russia and China as an allied force. And then NATO. Just to put things in perspective for you. So when we're talking about this thing in Ukraine has nothing to do with the great American Negro, not directly, no. Indirectly, yes. Because at the end of the day, you as an American who pays taxes to the world's mightiest government, yes, those are your tax dollars, of which you as an American, of which America being the greatest contributor to both NATO and the UN Security Council. So indirectly, yes. Has a great deal to do with you. Understand something. Classical masculinity will always find itself re-emerging in times when society is in imminent peril. Again, classical masculinity will always find itself re-emerging when society finds itself in imminent peril. If you have never been to war, if you have never fought for anything, any ideal, any organization, any institution, any outfit, any uniform, any principle, as a man, that which is greater than yourself, or had to protect anything, I want you to understand something clearly. In no way, shape, or form are you, or can you, or have you ever been an alpha? You've never had to hold anything down, lead anything, bear the burden of full responsibility, sacrifice anything, serve anything in no possible way, shape, or form have you ever been, consider yourself be, or have ever been an alpha, nor a beta for that matter. Because once again, classical masculinity always finds itself re-emerging when society finds itself encumbered with peril, under imminent threat, in which nature's Swiss Army knife, the thing for which the Y chromosome was very designed, was structured around. Which is why it has very little function. Very little function, but to endure the elements of environment for which it was designed to oppose. Withstand it. And if it cannot, it was there to die. Stand, fight long enough to die on a hill so that others may live. Knowing that this world was not longed for us. But for our posterity. Which is why we shaped it. That's what we were put here for. That's why the Y chromosome was even designed. That's why it was here. That's why it evolved the way that it evolved. A degraded X. The X chromosome was too delicate for the environment. That nature needed to degrade it, give it less function. And as a result, as it degraded, it made it more robust, more calloused, hardened against the elements. Didn't need to see as well, didn't need to smell as well. But the trade-off is that it had denser muscle fiber, denser bone structure. Stronger jawline. I mean, it didn't live as long as, the species that was already here with two X's. You know, the one that bore us. But for more than 300,000 years, we understood we had but a short period of time, and that which bore us likely going to outlive us. Couldn't waste our time arguing with that which bore us. Might as well try to build as much, accumulate as much, conquer as much. Before we have to lay in this very thing that we have to shape. Before we die. So that way the next one that comes along like us has just a little bit easier time. And maybe he gets a little bit further than we did. Problem is, strong men are needed in hard times. So hard times create strong men. But strong men create easy times. But easy times create weak men. But weak men create hard times. And then we're right back to a revolving cycle. But everybody loves circles. Women love men with power because men with power make things easy. If you're a man that wants things easy, it's because you are a man that is stuck in your femininity. You are a man that is nesting, which makes you irreparably derelict in your masculinity. Which brings us to the conflict in Ukraine. And because we are Americans and Ukraine is our ally, of course, ideologically as Americans, ideologically we stand with Ukraine, of course. Sure. White supremacist factions, sure, they come out of Ukraine because they come out of this country. But as you know, Putin, who has just been sanctioned by one of the last of the blue dog, Dixiecrat, old Confederate gangsters of our generation. Well, really, of your granddaddy's generation. Has just told his generals to put the nuclear option on the table. So if you have some reservation about this thing in with white supremacists in Ukraine or in America, you're gonna have to put that shit on fucking hold. So I think a nuclear warhead supersedes whatever philosophical or religious ideology. I mean, end of the world. Extinction level events, I think, kind of supersedes philosophical and religious ideology at this point. If there's no world to be here to fight over, at that point it would be just vacuous and silly, rather childish. And see, if you really look at the way Putin is operating, I mean, he's a cornered animal. And, animals are the most dangerous when they're cornered. Just ask any coon. I'm talking both figuratively and literally. Shout out to Larry Elder. So we have to give nothing more than an applause to the Ukrainians. Who've taken it upon themselves to fight for their homeland. To set an example to the world. Just as we, the great American Negro, have done in accordance with our own heritage. With this, our country. Whenever the chips were stacked against us, we didn't run. Mind you, from the mightiest military the world had ever seen. As I just stated, the largest air force in the world is the United States Air Force. Second largest air force, United States Navy. And when they were both against the great American Negro, we stayed and we fought. And so we can do nothing but applaud the Ukrainians for staying, fighting for what's theirs. Ukraine ordered its men to stay, fight Russia, so the women and children can flee. Okay? Their president, Zelensky, said I need ammunition, not a ride. He set an example. Do you know what that does? That inspires your troops. And with it, it lights the fire of esprit de corps in the bellies of your citizens. Hoorah! You see here, you have the top boxer, Vasily Lomachenko. You see him? He's the short guy here in the short guy over here. He's the short guy over there in the camis. Joins the Territorial Defense Battalion. He's the short one. Joins the fight. Meanwhile, you have Africans in the Ukraine calling it racism because the Ukrainians are prioritizing their own people, their own women and children. And see, where the world, and I don't see anybody talking about this, and you niggas better get a clue, all you niggas talking about it's racism. Because whenever I show you this, you niggas gonna have to start backtracking on a lot of y'all goofiness. And that goes for a lot of you so-called conservative Negroes. Because I know you don't think. Let's just say, for instance, if it was America, we got some dirty foot immigrants in America. And that shit happened in America. And you think we supposed to allow? You think we supposed to prioritize some motherfuckers outside of us before our own women and children to get to safety? Are you out your rabbit ass mind? And I'm not talking about a rabbit with 2 ears. I'm talking about rabid. You know, infected by rabies. Was it racism whenever they opened their doors to these Africans? Oh, all of a sudden, it's racism whenever they prioritize their own people in a time of crisis. But it wasn't racism whenever they open their doors to these refugees. It wasn't racism in 91 and 92 whenever they seceded from the USSR and became the Baltic nations, the Baltic states. It wasn't racism then. It wasn't racism when they still refer to these grown-ass motherfuckers as students. That gives you the impression that they kids and they grown-ass adults while they over there on welfare. Wasn't racism then. As they over there on welfare going to their schools for free. Huh? Oh, it's only racism. It's only racism whenever calamity strikes. They say, nah, motherfuckers been eating off us for free. We got to get our women and children out of here first. Oh, that's right. Because Ukrainians can't go to Ukrainian schools for free like you Africans can. Somebody gonna tell them Africans to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and stop acting like victims? Somebody gonna tell them fucking Africans to stop playing the race card? See, 1991, when the USSR was dissolved and Gorbachev seated, Africans made a scramble for the fallen USSR. The Baltic states. Been doing it for a long time. Been doing it for a long time. And it wasn't just for those fallen, it wasn't just for those fallen USSR nations that became the Baltic states. It was also China. It was also Russia itself. Huh? But then you wonder why people like myself calls them parasites. This is parasitic behavior. The least you can do, especially if you are a African man, you know, there's an old saying, when in Rome. If the Ukrainians saying the Ukrainian men, yes, are ordered to stay and fight. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You're in Ukraine, do as the Ukrainians do. So if the women and children being evacuated, okay, put your African women and children along with the evacuees. You're an African man. Pick up a fucking rifle, some body armor. Prepare to fucking fight. Fight for your fucking place in the world. See, and the reason why I'm telling you that, it's the same thing that I would tell a goddamn American, like the American basketball players over there. I tell them the same goddamn thing. Huh? Oh, you thought because you were African, I was going to tell you something different than I would tell an American? Oh, you thought that I would tell an American I would be, I would show some nepotism to an American. No, I wouldn't be a noble if I did that. Because that's part of the reason why we have this fucking problem to begin with. You're already playing basketball, which makes you an athletic person. You actually have a better chance of survival with a fucking rifle in your hand. While you're trying to fucking escape. Huh? You even got a higher chance of survival with a rifle in your hand and some body armor. Huh? You even got a better chance of survival if your whole fucking basketball team got rifles in your hand with body armor. And if you got a fucking vehicle, you're getting the drift. But sitting over there, Africans sitting over there, eating off these people. You're living for free. You're going to school for free. All of a sudden, it's racism. Here's the most egregious thing. You come over here, you talking shit about the great American Negro. Talk about don't apply yourself. So are you willing to say that you've been over there in Ukraine not applying yourself? You've been over there not applying yourself? You was over there lazy. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you are telling me? You have not been applying yourself. How could this be? How could this be? You call it discrimination. You have been over there eating off of these people. You have been taking the aid. You have been over there going to school for the free. How could you not have been saving up your money to make an escape plan? I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you how lazy these motherfuckers is for real. I'm about to show you something, right? Ukrainian men ordered to stay and fight, and mind you, this is February 25th. Whenever this order was made. February 25th, when the order was made. Why was the order made February 25th? Why was it made February 25th? Whenever motherfuckers was already, and I'm gonna show you some of the video. Motherfuckers was already fighting. Motherfuckers was already fighting on the 20th. Because the order was actually made for a lot of the foreigners that was already trying to make a break for the border when they was turning motherfuckers around at the border. When a a lot of these Africans and Indians and whatnot. We're going to get into that, right? Because you look at the top boxer, right? Vasily. This is on the 27th. Right? Africans fleeing February 27th. They was already trying to get the fuck up out of the country. See? African Union slams racism? African Union? African Union, really?
Shut up! Now who sent you, nigga?
Nobody sent me.
Say
Really?
another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
Fuck out of here. These niggas, man. African Union. Oh, yeah, racism. All of a sudden it's racism. These same Africans talk about, they get over to America though. Racism does not exist. Racism does not exist. Racism does not exist. Right? Motherfucker, remember the Nigerian motherfucker that was running for he was the GOP dude? Running for the mayor of Michigan? Want to cancel Black History Month and shit? If I win the election, I'm going to cancel Black History Month. Motherfucker, you not even American. One, you not even really black. You Nigerian. You a motherfucker that wouldn't even serve in your own motherfucking army. You immigrate to America, serve in our army to get citizenship, but wouldn't serve in your own shit. Huh? They're talking about, I'll abolish Black History Month if I win the election. Huh? He actually said that foolishness. He said it. Huh? Being blocked and of racist treatment, like oh, it's racist now. Like boy, get the fuck out of here. Ukraine said we're gonna fight for ours. They don't even want to fight. Like, think about it. They don't even want to fight for their shit. They don't even want to fight for their shit. They don't even want to fight for their shit. See, here's the cold thing about it, right? Here's the cold thing about it. Okay. See the date on that? Do you see the date on that? That was back in November. November 11th. No, November 11th. What? November 11th, if I'm not mistaken, November 11th, November 11th, November 11th was a national holiday. If I'm not mistaken, November 11th was a national holiday. Does anybody know what national holiday November 11th was? It's Veterans Day. November 11th was Veterans Day. Okay? U.S. warns Europe that Russia may be planning Ukraine invasion. Exactly, Lady Neat. You got it. Got it. Okay. Okay. It's Veterans Day. But them Africans didn't think fat meat was fucking greasy. But you know, they all over there living off of the motherfucking charity, off of the charity and security of everybody else. Won't provide security to their own shit. Africans are charitable to nobody. Just let anybody come in to their shit except their own brothers. Hell, if I wanted to cross the motherfucking border, right? With it, yo. Y'all don't even know how splintered Africa really is. Right? You don't. Like, like this to say, let's just say if I was in Cameroon, right? And if I was in Cameroon, I can't directly cross the border to say a Nigeria. I can't. I cannot directly cross the border to Nigeria. I'd have to go to a country that both say a neutral country that is neutral to both Cameroon and Nigeria. If I'm not mistaken, that country was more than likely Chad. Well, I mean, that's how it was back in the day. I think they only just recently, in the last probably, I mean, shit, last time I was there was like 17 years ago. So probably the last 12 to 15 years, they've, been having talks. So, and the trade agreements for West African, talks and trade. So, I think that whole thing where they where Ghana made that speech where they wanted their autonomy from France. I think that was in what 2012. I mean, that's how it was so splintered even back in the day. Djibouti Naval Station, unless you were military, you couldn't you couldn't even cross the border unless you were military from Djibouti into Somalia. And like, don't even get started on the difference between Sudan and South Sudan. The motherfucking line of the embarkation because of the ethnic cleansing in South Sudan. I'm probably fucked up for real. Humanitarian aid. Humanitarian aid for participation, uh, joint services operation, Red Cross Blue Shield, Naval Expeditionary Medal, South Sudan. Darfur. Fucking ethnic cleansing. Mind you, some bullshit that was started by the fucking government of Khartoum. Okay? And that's, for those of you who don't know, Khartoum was a corrupt government. Motherfuckers started killing their own people. Simply because they wanted to come into the modern era with elections and shit. They want fucking corrupt government wanted to remain in the fucking Stone Age. They wanted to win the fucking elections. And if you want to know how fucking cowardly them motherfuckers were, the men in that country was killing women and children to get out of the country. Huh? So if you were a woman that escaped Darfur, you were a lucky motherfucker. You were lucky that you didn't get killed by a fucking Darfuri man. Because those men were fucking cowards. If you are a woman from Darfur that was able to escape South Sudan, you are a lucky motherfucker. Because a great deal of them were fucking killed by men that are trying to fucking escape. And take their places. It's a problem compounded. But once again, if you have no soldiers, you ultimately have no men. You can't just fucking run when it's a fucking calamity. And see, this is why when you look at Africa, that's why it looks the way that it fucking looks. The men keep fucking running. They all over the world, but where the fuck they supposed to be? And then they come to this country. The great American Negro is exactly where the fuck he's supposed to be. See? Even in all his dereliction. And that's what's fucked up. Even when we are derelict as fuck, we still better than them. Ain't that fucked up? Even when we had our most derelict, even when we had our most fucked up, how the fuck we got 25% of the world's motherfucking derelicts locked the fuck up, and yet we still better than them. And they all over the world. More Africans all over the world than great American Negroes, and yet we still better than them. And yet we influence more of the fucking world than they are, and they're more places than we are. But that's why we're able to do it, because when you're talking about power, our power is consolidated. Our power is consolidated. That's why when you look at our country versus their countries, our power is consolidated. They don't understand this. They don't understand this basic principle. It's actually a benefit for us to be where we are, where we're at. It's actually a benefit for us not to be every goddamn where. See how that works? I better not hear you niggas big up in these fucking Africans, all these fucking places, big up in motherfucking African motherfucking dirty foots. It's not racism. No, they wouldn't make it to Poland. That shit ain't racism. Because if it was racism, it wouldn't have fucking been in Ukraine to begin with, because they wouldn't have been allowed entry. See, understand, critical thinking is lost. It's lost. It's lost on this. It's lost on, it's something, I don't know if it's something in the water, I don't know if it's something in the air, I don't know if it's a fucking coronavirus problem. I don't know if coronavirus I don't know if coronavirus is a fucking thinking virus. What the fuck is it? Talking about is racism. See, because whenever you allow it to be racism now you are cheapening. See, you are cheapening. You are allowing them to cheapen your great noble experience. You see? Because weren't they just telling you, you're not encumbered by racism in America? Now you can't let them use that. You can't let them use it now that they've been telling you that you've been using the race card. How, Sway? Been sitting there cheapening your experience, and then now they fucking running to the motherfucking UN and talk about all this racism. Now they get to use the race card whenever it's convenient for them. But they've been living off of these motherfuckers for free? Are you serious? Because you know what comes next. Now they're going to be asking or demanding reparations from the UN. You know, the thing that you've been fighting for? Watch what I say. Don't let them cheapen your fucking existence. If you can't use it, you shouldn't be allowing anybody else to use it. But that's what you get. So even so-called conservatives. but they're not conservatives. But y'all don't listen to me when I tell you that the conservative Negro is a neoliberal in minstrel blackface, dancing a goddamn jig. Let's move right along. All right. It's just parasitic behavior. This is what they've been doing over
Я
there.
своей жизни не пожалею, блядь, на этих пидоров, блядь. Сука, гандоны. Это все вот возле моего дома, блядь. Гандоны ебаные, блядь.
They were gonna attack.
Я в долгу не остался, блядь, ребята, не остался в долгу.
Ukrainians was getting down.
Вот что с ним,
Ukrainians was
блядь.
getting down.
Это вся улица вокзальная, блядь. Это кадыровцы ебаные,
If it was
блядь.
racism,
Как
exactly,
пришли,
Tim,
блядь, сука, так и на тот свет
if it was
ушли.
racism, there
Пидорасы
would have been travel
ебаные,
banning
блядь.
Africans.
Вот
They
что
wouldn't have
с
been
них,
giving them
блядь,
welfare
поставалось, блядь.
in Europe.
Вот что поставалось, блядь. Вот, блядь. Одни запчасти, пидоры, блядь. Андоны ебаные, блядь.
So it ain't racism when they letting them. Let me get this right. It ain't
Это
racism
всё буча,
when they allow them
молодцы.
to just
ВСУ,
like
молодцы.
eat off of their plate, go to their schools for free, live all up in their countries for
Вот что
free,
поставалось, блядь.
right? Let their kids
Вот
be
это всё
born over there, right?
буча,
Have anchor babies
буча.
and gain citizenship, right? And then let
Это
their
всё
first
буча,
generations
блядь.
gain citizenship. The parents go back to the country, go back to their country of origin, and then let their children sponsor them and the parents get to gain citizenship by being sponsored by their anchor baby child. Huh? Like, come on, man. Yo. But this is what, like that's how they getting down over there. Like,
here's what is happening in Africa now.
But ain't nothing racist about this shit. Come on, man. And see,
African and Indian students stuck in Ukraine are accusing officials
they're doing
of
the
discriminating
opposite
against
to the
them and
Africans
pushing
that
them
they
back
do.
from getting
See,
to
look,
the border.
fleeing
Videos have
African
been
and
posted on
Indian
social
students.
media said to show black people being prevented from boarding a train
Fleeing African
and
and
left stranded
Indian
at a railway
students.
station in Lviv
See, they're
as Ukrainians
infantizing
were
them.
allowed on. Others said they were turned back from the border and were even being shot at.
See,
Like this video, Indian students claim Ukrainian guards on the Polish border beat them up and didn't allow them to cross. Tens of thousands of international students have been stuck in Ukraine since the war started.
They're calling them students,
Skype with
which
us now
gives you the
from
impression
Warsaw is
that they're
Monica
youths.
Matus, a human rights
Like, but
activist
mind
working
you-
for the NGO group.
But mind you, these are like,
Monica, thank you for
24,
your time.
25.
In your opinion,
You know,
what's
some of
happening
these
here?
motherfuckers is in their 30s, man.
There's a lot of
Like,
international students
yo.
in Ukraine, as I've learned. Why the discrimination against them?
Like, understand that. Some of these motherfuckers is in their
we think
30s,
it's really
yo.
just honestly first of all, I think it's on both sides. So the Ukrainians
want you to
are,
understand
the
that.
Ukrainian border guards are
These
preventing
ain't
people from
these not
passing
young
through,
motherfuckers.
and then the Polish border guards
see,
are not better.
when they say students, it gives you, the
in this
impression
case,
that these
they are
these
also,
motherfuckers is like
actually
K through
stopping
12
people
and shit.
and not letting them in. We don't know why exactly. I mean, I think it's just a question of not having Ukrainian passport.
Just think about it. When
we
you
hear about
when you think of a student,
students from
thinking,
African countries,
you thinking of a juvenile.
from India, from many other Asian countries. We also hear about people
they're subverting you
from countries
to think
that,
of someone that is
you know, the people
like
who
juvenile
actually
age.
were trying to flee the war in other countries, so Yemen and Syria. There's also people right now, we are solving the case of a Yemeni boy who is stuck at the border in Medica, who is trying to pass through, and there has been huge issues and problems to let him actually enter Poland. I don't know if it's solved yet right now, because I've just been on the phone about this case. And so I don't know what's exactly the reason. I think it's really just an issue of not having Ukrainian passport. And I just want to add that, you know, the racism from at least Polish government and Polish authorities has been widely known already. We criticized the fact that, you know, the Border Patrol is actually still operating on the northern Polish-Belarusian border, and they are still not letting people in and apply for asylum, whereas we are rightly so allowing Ukrainians fleeing war, you know, enter EU without any issues, without any problems. This is bluntly unfair, I think.
Do you know if any government, any officials from either side are actually acknowledging there's an issue there, or to them are they just viewing it as, well, it's a chaotic situation, we're suddenly in a war situation?
In their 30s, man, like these niggas can pick up rifles, man.
I cannot speak for Ukrainian
why they whole president is staying.
The Polish Border Patrol yesterday they issued a very short statement on Twitter. I think in
the trenches with the soldiers, man. Like
videos and news and social media,
like, yo,
saying that we need to stay
women and children first. I'm staying here in the trenches with. As a matter of fact, the president, like,
maybe they are allowing everybody
the secretary,
but it actually
the secretary of state gonna stay. The motherfucking
much longer time
the
for
minister of
people
finance about to stay
to cross the border, and quite often they are
like
moved back
the
to the end of
motherfucking
the
president is like, nigga, the
Monica,
cabinet
thank you so much for your
is about
time.
to stay and
Another
fight.
part of this
none of you
story
niggas is about to flee.
And we thank you for your expertise.
Thank you.
But you Africans think you about to flee, nigga? Nah, nigga. You Africans think you about to flee? My whole cabinet stayed. Like, man, like, where the fuck do they get off at, man? You see what I'm saying? But see, but you see what I'm saying? Like, that's why Africa looks the way that it do. That's why they're like, look, like, peep. I want you to peep something, right? I want you to check something out, right? And this is what's crazy, man. And this is what's crazy. Like, what? Because one by one, Africa started adapting that motherfucking that running strategy, because they didn't used to do that shit. They didn't used to do that shit. They didn't. And it was like once it started in the West, and it just started sweeping across. And two of the last strongholds, I'm telling you, man, like, and really the last motherfucker to fall, man, was Ethiopia. And that was with King Menelik II, bruh. He was the last one, 1935. And then when he fell, you know, he left the kingdom to Lady Zuditu, Queen Zuditu. And then she was succeeded by Haile Selassie. And then after he died, it's just like then You know, motherfuckers in Ethiopia just got into the habit of running too. It's just like, he's got into the habit of running. Like 1935, bro. Black American men, and this is before World War II. Black American men volunteered to help Haile Selassie push Mussolini forces out of Ethiopia, bro. And they still, and after that, and you know what happened? You know what happened, man? We basically encouraged, and I know this is gonna be painful, but the Great American Negro encouraged Ethiopia's ain't shitness, bruh. Because when the Great American Negro went over there to assist Haile Selassie in his campaign against Italy, after the Great American Negro left, they just got into the habit of running, fleeing. Right, that's why them niggas so good at the Olympics, man. All them niggas do is run. All they do is run. If Africans ain't good at shit else, they good at running. I mean, everything that's anything was invented here by the Great American Negro. Or at the very least was invented right here in America. Look at this shit.
We're
no
at
shelter,
the,
no food,
border of
or water.
Medica in Poland.
They complaining about not having no shelter, no food, no water. Like,
as Ukrainians are treated,
so basically,
Africans aren't. We've been pushed, we've been shoved.
They right at home, nigga.
Are denied access. And
y'all right?
So
I mean, look, no shelter, no food, no water. Like, nigga, y'all right at home then.
Special treatment while the Africans
that's basically
waiting outside in the
what y'all was doing in y'all own
herds.
country. No shelter, no food, no water. Then y'all wasn't doing shit in y'all own country.
Africans, you
complaining about not having the shit in the country that ain't even yours.
It's just a mess at the moment.
like really, nigga? You see what I'm saying? But see, let me show you this video, right? But this is what's happening in South Africa, though.
Now time for Focus, and it is 27 years since the abolition of apartheid in South Africa. And yet even today, there still exist communities of whites who refuse to mix with blacks. It is the case in the small city of Orania. There, the only language spoken is Afrikaans, the tongue of the first Dutch settlers. In Oriana's schools, students are taught a revisited version of history. And while many residents settled here to avoid any sort of ethnic diversity, while others appear to have fled the violence and new racial tensions of present-day South Africa.
An air of nostalgia looms over this small town of central South Africa. Here, most residents are Christian and everyone speaks Afrikaans. Today, 1,500 people live in this Afrikaner-only town. It even has its own currency and its own flag. Founded after the collapse of apartheid 27 years ago, figureheads of the racist regime are part of Oranye's scenery.
Oranje, Afrikaner settlement where we can create our own future, be self-sufficient. And now in the New South Africa, we have a black majority that's also not always very kind to the Afrikaners, especially. So the idea was to have a place where we stay out of this.
An enclave for Afrikaners, the descendants of Dutch settlers. Farmer Anton Enslin moved to Oranje 5 years ago and says he was evicted from his previous home. When his land was claimed by black South Africans, he accepted compensation from the government.
Soon as the land claim was published, the intimidation started. My father gave me the advice and said, Anton, let us sell the farm because we have to let go some of the land. We can't keep the whole South Africa for us. But now, all of us here is feeling safe, we are happy.
Anton might be happy, but he isn't reassured. He's concerned that he could be evicted again. The government plans to accelerate redistribution of land to black South Africans by expropriating white farmers. This time, there will be no compensation. Oranje's residents are fearful their heritage could slowly disappear.
Je moet mij nou 'n bietjie wys wat jy besig is om te doen en sê as ek jou kan help met iets, wys my wat
In this school, the students have two different syllabuses, the state's official program and Oranje's version.
It is geography and history in one book from the viewpoint of the new regime, which is also subjective. This is more from our viewpoint, so they can compare the two and they can make their own opinion.
The town's syllabus makes no mention of Nelson Mandela, who they say isn't part of their history, a stronghold for Afrikaner culture. A group of workers who stopped by at this supermarket saw the town for the first time.
I think it's not a problem they are living alone, but we also feel like we have to live with them because we are all human beings.
No, it's really sad for me to see a place like this. It's very small and we live alone.
So is this the refuge for nostalgics of apartheid or the reflection of an unease among certain Afrikaners today? This couple is considering moving here and the town is providing them with a house for a week before they take a final decision. The local council has offered to assist Leonardo with setting up his electrical company. He says that the laws aiming to increase black employment have turned against white South Africans.
I mean, yeah.
You know, to get work is so hard.
I mean, this shit is funny, man.
Mainly because of my skin color.
It's getting worse and worse. I mean, like 15 years back, I went to the shop, I walked, I did what I want. Now I don't go alone anymore.
Last year, there were 57 murders in South Africa every day, a number that has been on the rise for the past 6 years. And meanwhile, Oranje's population grew by 10%.
I mean, this is what's happening in their own country, yo. So let me get this right. You got a South Africa, South Africans in Ukraine don't even want to be in their own country. Want to be in somebody else's country. Right? But talking about racism. Well, how racist is it? Because a white boy want to be in their country. So how racist are they really? Because, I mean, the way I'm seeing it, The white boy love your country more than you do. Oh man, I know, I know it hurts these niggas. It hurts these niggas to hear your boy say that. I know it hurts some of these Pan-Africans. Nigga, I grew up Pan-African, so yo. Nigga, the white boy love these niggas' country more than they do. They let the white boy come there teach an alternative version of history in their own country that don't even involve that country's own motherfucking hero. Talking about it don't involve Nelson Mandela, and they let the motherfucking kid make their own fucking decision. Nigga,
shut the fuck, shut. No! Oh, shit. Say it again. Say something else. Oh! Say something else. Say something else, nigga. I'm gonna tie your old monkey ass up.
Own decision?
Shut the fuck, shut.
Own decision?
Oh, shit. Say it again. Say something else.
Look at these motherfucking kids. They got no motherfucking own decision.
Say something else, nigga. Shut the fuck, shut. No! Oh, shit. Say it again. Say something else.
Better get.
Oh! Say something else. Say something else, nigga. I'm gonna tie your old monkey ass up.
Boy, how many of y'all went to school and got y'all own decisions? I get to make my own decision about the history class. Neither one of your decisions are going to be right or wrong. Nigga, is you serious? They talk about Indians was at the border too. But see, let me tell you something about India, right?
Bollywood stars are speaking out about racism, George Floyd, and Black Lives Matter. But their messages of solidarity are being dismissed as hypocritical. This is probably why.
New Pond's white beauty gives you a radiant pinkish white glow.
I get radiant fairness that lasts.
New White Perfect Day Cream from L'Oreal Paris.
Top Indian stars have either endorsed skin whitening products in the past or failed to condemn police brutality against minorities in their own country. Let's talk about the ads first. Ads like these portray fair-skinned women as confident and successful and reinforce regressive messages like dark-skinned women are stigmatized.
Shut up! Now who sent you, nigga?
Nobody sent me.
Say another motherfucking word and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
fucked up big time. You're incapable of running this shit. Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
Check, 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 check. All right, check, check, check. Check, check. Are we in? are we in the money now? Shit. We got in. This is not the sensitive mic. I move this motherfucker 2 inches and this motherfucker comes out of the. Yeah. So we back in this motherfucker. All right. Yeah, I think it was that Bollywood shit. You know, especially when you get to talking about certain groups like them Indians. I think I gotta do more to alter that video because it definitely wasn't my mic. Cause I didn't even do shit. I moved this mic 2 inches. All I did was move this mic 2 inches back. I moved this mic 2 inches back. I think it was that Bollywood video. But so yeah, I'm not gonna go back to that Bollywood video. So Indians were over there talking about the bleaching over there and shit, right? But they were talking about racism, right? Indians were talking about racism from Ukraine, right? Because they over there on welfare in Ukraine. Yeah, they don't want you talking about that shit too, right? They don't want you talking about that shit either. Because you have a motherfuckers like Dinesh D'Souza, right? Motherfucker be over here in America. You Negroes got to stop using the race card. Racism don't exist because, when Indians are over here, dotted ones, racism don't exist when they're here in America. But over in their country, right, Indians all work at Google, right? They all over the world too, especially in like Eastern Europe. And they're trying to get out of Ukraine. Motherfuckers didn't think fat meat was greasy. They tried to play the race card. Kind of like, because India, the funny thing about India was going to get this little cheap bullshit air defense system from Russia. Right? And U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, the brother, basically said, look, man, you guys can do that if you want to end up like Russia, sanctioned and on the outs. And when it's cold outside, man, when he went to Russia, or not, when Lloyd Austin went to India, man, they gave this nigga a motherfucking military style parade, rolled out the motherfucking red gold leaf encrusted carpet, put on a whole Indian kind of opera style theater. I think they even gave him like a lifetime supply of like third world head and shit. I don't know. I'm so glad India came to his senses. They hate to have to sanction you into third world status there. It's pretty good thing you got going there. It'd be a shame if somebody destroy it. And see, and even going back to the African thing, right? Because India is, speaking of India, Trump was calling all these countries shithole countries. India, I am telling you, India is just one calamari away. It's one calamari away from a great shithole in the sky. I'm just look, that India, I'm telling you, man, India is just fucking, it's just one it's just one bowel movement away from that great toilet in the sky, man. Like, that is a real shithole of a country. But yeah, going back to that Africa thing, man, like, the motherfuckers don't even secure their own country. They talking about racism They talk about how they get treated so bad by the Ukrainians. Let me show you this. Let me show you this, right?
These women and children are being led to their deaths. The soldiers accuse them of belonging to the jihadist group Boko Haram. In the final scene of this video, too graphic to show here, they are blindfolded, forced to the ground, and shot at close range 22 times. One of the women still has the baby strapped to her back. The video began to circulate on July 10th, 2018. Some
Where do we hear that one from? See, this is their own people though. See, that's their own people though, right? That's their own people doing that. So apparently, right? An atrocity done against Africans doesn't mean anything unless it's done by non-Africans. Right? See? 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 Huh? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But wait, there's more. Let me show you this, man.
The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has arrested a Chinese national after a disturbing video clip in which he was caught whipping a Kenyan employee went viral on social media. Several others were also arrested after it was discovered that none of them had valid visas. Anita Himani has more.
In a disturbing video that went viral, Deng Han
That's the
is seen here
funniest shit
whipping
right
a
here,
Kenyan
too,
national for allegedly reporting late to work. Deng, who is a chef at
Yeah. See, like, come on, man.
Shut the fuck. Shut.
Come on, man.
Oh shit! Say it again. Say something else.
See, man, like, come on, man.
Say something else.
You think a nigga? Come on, man.
I'm gonna
You think a nigga? You think a nigga gonna go for that? You think a nigga in America about to go for that? They gonna be like, nigga, this. And exactly, and the niggas calling them a master on national TV. Man, let me show you this, man. Let me show y'all this. Like, see. See, y'all gotta see this shit, man. Like, I mean, hold up, man. Look at the smug, like, yo, I'm about to pause. Watch the smug look on this nigga's face, man. Like, look at the smug look on this nigga's face, man. Look at the smug look on this nigga's face, man. Like, do you think, like, for real, do you think Sundung Guy would be able to talk to Tyrone in Chicago, in America, like, in Baltimore, in New York, in Houston, nigga, in Atlanta, nigga, in LA, nigga, in Minneapolis, nigga, in Milwaukee. Nigga, you look, bruh. In the DMV, nigga, bruh. Do you think this Sundong had to eat on it? You think this motherfucker? Do you think this rat cooking motherfucker be able to talk to motherfucking Jamal, nigga? With this smug look on his face without getting his fucking teeth knocked the fuck out, nigga? Nigga be like, nigga. Nigga. Motherfucking word. That's what niggas be on, man. Yo, some dumb guy, nigga, would have the motherfucking yacht. Like, how the motherfucking yacht just. Like, you want this 4-pound unloaded on you, nigga? Shut the fuck up. This African niggas just sitting there taking that shit like whatever. Like, boy, like, niggas ain't going for that shit, boy. Like, you think a Philly niggas taking that shit? A Jersey nigga? New York nigga? What about a Delaware nigga? DC nigga? Baltimore nigga? Boston nigga? Huh? Miami nigga? Atlanta nigga? Huh? Mississippi nigga? Alabama nigga? You think one of them niggas from New Orleans gonna take that shit? Huh? One of them Houston niggas? Huh? Fifth Ward? Huh? Think one of them Little Rock niggas gonna take that shit? Huh? Right. You think one of them Oakland niggas, one of them Watts niggas, one of them Bay Area motherfuckers? Like, bruh. Huh? Look, man. Nigga. Ah! Woo! Yo, old Monkey King ass up. Nigga, I'll tie your old Son Goku ass up, nigga. What the fuck? Like, this whole smug looking, like, yo. It's like you neglected the things others had left to you, like. But see, and here's the thing about it, right? Because the African dude, like what the Chinese dude is saying to the African motherfucker ain't wrong, though. But what the African dude ain't realizing, is that what the Chinese dude is saying to him is actually invalid, because why the fuck is if what the Asian dude is saying to him is valid, what the fuck is he doing in his country? If where the fuck you came from was so fucking great. The reason why you in my country is because you wasn't shit in your country. See? See? See, what the African motherfucker ain't realizing is the only reason the motherfucking some dumb goy is in Africa is because he wasn't hitting on shit in China. So even though the Chinese dude is saying all of that shit to the African dude is still better than the Chinese dude. See, because Pete, You can't compare a motherfucker. You can't compare a motherfucker to a motherfucker that's coming over there with some shit. You can only compare them in their home countries. See, because the Chinese dude wasn't hitting on shit in his own country. He had to go somewhere else to be something. You see? If he had to live in his own country, he could not live in his own country, right? At the level that he's living in the African man's country. Why? Because he would be living in a garbage can. Cerulean. Unravel that for me. Well, it's quite simple, my dear Watson. Isn't that why you keep hearing this derelict Negro male talking about he has a passport, but it takes him 100 fucking years to scratch up enough change to take a singular trip to the Dominican Republic to get some cortisol saturated depressed pussy? That's always stuck in fight or flight response mode? Because the US dollar is like, I don't know, it's like fucking 400 of their pesos, similar to the Chinese yuan. You see? See, the Chinese yuan can go to Guyana, Kenya, where he's at, right? And he can live like a king in this depressed economy. He can live like a king in this depressed and decompressed, suffering economy. And see, he has this smug look. And see, and what pisses me, and it looks like he has like dog, kind of like in his superior position. I can't stand motherfuckers like this because, nigga, I'm an American. Let's just put it in perspective real quick, shall we? China has 1.6 billion motherfuckers. Okay? Let's put some shit in perspective. Matter of fact, let me put it on the screen for y'all. I'm about to show y'all something. And see, when we do the math on this, you can use this against any motherfucking Chinese, any motherfucking Asian. Any motherfucker from any goddamn other fucking country. I don't give a fuck if they Chinese. I don't give a fuck what Asian country. I don't give a fuck what African country. I don't give a fuck what motherfucking European, East European. I don't give a fuck where they from. You're a great American Negro. By virtue of you being American. Understand? Ain't nobody greater than you. You're the reason why this country is a first world country. Understand that? Huh. Don't you know? Whites know how great you are. That's why they always pandering to you every political season, motherfucker. But once we do this little experiment, let a Chinese this is why I would shit on any of these motherfucking Chinese motherfuckers. This is why I talk about them the way the fuck I talk about them. Right, did that rhyme? Jack Techie. This is why I could never stand any of them fuck niggas always like the Chinese. Like fuck them goddamn Chinese. Man, watch this shit, right? Pete. About to show you the population of China. $1.4 billion motherfuckers, right? Okay. Show you this. Population of America. Population of America. Okay. Now, I want y'all to brand those numbers in your head. Matter of fact, we're gonna motherfucking. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna screenshot these and put them in the OBS. Okay. Matter of fact, this is what we'll do. Yeah, we'll screenshot it and put them in OBS. I'll put these in OBS somewhere. Damn, I lost track of the motherfucker just that quick. Fuck him out. I'll just do another one. Okay. But now we'll do China. Put that in OBS. Now we'll do GDP, right? Now we'll do GDP. See, we're just gonna break it all the way down just to show you, right? I'm gonna fucking just gonna show you. Just fucking show you, man. Like, just to show you, like, who these motherfuckers really are, man. Like, and a motherfucker tell you, oh man, you ain't competing. Like, don't get me wrong, because I'll say this shit about derelict Negro males intraculturally aren't competing with their own women. And niggas hate to hear that shit. They hate to hear that shit because, you know, derelict Negro males hate to hear anything that doesn't stroke their own egos, right? They do, man. They derelict Negro males hate to hear anything that does not stroke their own egos. And if they are a derelict Negro male that hates to hear anything that doesn't stroke their own egos, that is evidence of a chronic masturbator. If you don't know. Where the hell? See, this is what I fucking hate. Fuck. Man, where the fuck is all my screenshots, yo? Wow. Wow, I'm having the damnedest time right now. Like, this shit just really just really fucked me up just now. Now, why the fuck? Okay, hold on, man. Shit ain't even registering. This shit is crazy. Okay. Okay, fuck it. We'll do it this way, yo. We'll just do it this way with the back button. Okay? We'll do it this way with the back and forward button. All right? All right. So, Pete. We'll go back on this. We'll go back on the other one, right? Teach you guys a little something about economy. Okay? Teach you something about economy. Okay? This is why this little smug fuck, Mr. I had to eat on here. Okay? That's why he can't say shit. Now, he may be able to say something to this guy who's weaker than him. And he really can't even say anything to that guy because he has to go to that guy's country to be somebody. Because he really ain't shit in his own country. Only reason why he can say something to that guy in his country. Only reason why he can say something to that guy in his country is because the yuan is worth more in that guy's country. But the yuan in China ain't shit. Okay? Because in China, there's still 1.4 billion motherfuckers in China. See? 1.4 billion motherfuckers in China. See? 1.4 billion motherfuckers in China. And if there's 1.4 billion motherfuckers in China, but what's China's GDP? 14.7 trillion. Now, certainly, if China's GDP with China's 1.4 billion people, you would think their GDP would be greater than 14.7 trillion. I mean, think about it. This is America. America's only got 329.5 million motherfuckers. Nigga, what? $329 million motherfuckers. And yet, with our meager 329 million motherfuckers, our very humble 329 million motherfuckers, of which the great American Negro is 52 million of those very meager and humble 329 million motherfuckers. We outpacing China. By damn near 21 trillion motherfucking dollars. Huh? 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 Now, let's do some math. Let's do some math. Let's do some math. Our 21 trillion to today 14.7 trillion. But yet 1.4 billion? So our 329. It's right up to 330. Let's see. How many 330 millions do we need in order to get to 1.4 billion? Let's see. Let me pull out a motherfucking calculator. Let's do it. Let's do a calculator, right? Let's do a calculator. Let's just Google it, right? 1.4 billion divided by 330 million. So they got more than 4 times our population. We generate What? So wait. What? What's this? We generate more than 30% more GDP than them? And they got more than 4 times our population? And yet, these pieces of shit will come to America and have the nerve to call the great American Negro lazy? Listen to me. Huh? Man, y'all better stop playing with... Y'all better stop playing with me. Y'all better stop fucking playing with me, man. Y'all better stop playing with the fucking regime, yo. Y'all better stop playing with the fucking regime, yo. We have generated more than 30% more GDP than China. And they have 4 times more our population. And yet, we have, 13 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They don't have any nuclear shit. They don't have any nuclear-powered ships. Isn't that something? We've generated 30% more GDP with only 25% the population that they have. We have a stronger naval fleet. Our naval fleet alone can wipe out their entire ground, their entire Navy, and their entire Air Force by itself. How's that? We wouldn't even need NATO. We wouldn't. I want you to understand how embarrassing. Like, you see this nigga's face? You see this nigga's face right here? A young buck private Marine could sit there in their president's face with his face, right? No, like, no bullshit. Like, a young buck private Marine can look in Xi Jinping's face with the face he has now and tell him, like, look, just our 7th Fleet can wipe out the entirety of China's Navy. like no cap. If we employed 7th and 5th Fleet, we could wipe out the entirety of their Navy, Army, and Air Force. And we wouldn't even need NATO, the UN, or our Army. And he could do it with that little stupid look on his face. Like yo. Our fucking 5th and 7th Fleet can wipe out the entirety of the Chinese military without needing the UN or NATO, man. like that's no cap. Ain't that what the kids say? No cap, nigga. Like, why this niggas motherfucker sitting there? Like, we could plunge these niggas in. We could literally plunge these niggas into, like, the Flintstone era, nigga. Like, why these niggas talking shit? Like, nigga think it's funny. Like, we could turn these niggas' economy into that of Uganda and shit. Like, and it's so funny. He's sitting there with this smug look on his face, like, and it's so crazy that they doing the Belt and Road. Like, if I told y'all what it really was, do you know why? Man, why am I putting this shit on in the air? Look, man, I ain't even gonna put this shit on the air for y'all. But if y'all really want to know, y'all should be able to understand this stuff. Y'all watching shit unfold like it is. Y'all watching this shit unfold. Y'all watching the actions of a desperate, cornered animal. Y'all watching it. Oh, by the way, fam, I found I found damn near, like, I would say 70% of the audio from my old computer when we had the Black Veterans Thursdays, War Room Wednesdays. I found a lot of that video and audio, but I found most of the audio. Man, I'm gonna be chopping some of that shit up, yo. Lot of good shit in there. A lot of it coming back. But look at dude, man, with this. We was talking about this. We was talking about this 5 years ago. The Chinese scramble for Africa. And now you're watching this shit unfold. I remember saying it like 6 years ago. America was a stage 4 cancer patient, declining empire. And China was smoking a cigar in the hospital room, asking if we wanted to take a hit. And then what happened? See, America had reached the critical nexus. Why? Because when you're the apex predator for so long and you have no natural motherfucking enemies, thus begins the decline. Thus begins the decline. See, here's the thing about being an apex predator for so long. You know what happens with apex predators? Apex predators do have a natural enemy. They're naturally taken out by parasites. That's why you're seeing the phenomena that you're seeing, specifically with Africans, specifically with South Americans. Apex predators become the hosts of parasites. That's what you see with Europe. Actually, China does not have Djibouti. China leases part of Djibouti from us. You want to know how I know? Because I actually used to be stationed at Djibouti Naval Station. It's the largest VBSS trainer that the United States Navy has. It's the largest Fairwater Patrol trainer the U.S. Navy has. You know how I know this? Because before China started leasing part of that base, it did not have a VBSS trainer. Neither did it have a Fairwater Patrol. Because the archipelago that it was on and had to traverse through in the South China Sea, it's a very rough. There is no fair waters. The far eastern coast of China. And if you want verification of that, you can just ask my pettiest shipmate, the pettiest of all offices, the masteriest of pettiests, of chiefiest offices, Dre. who's traveled the world in the 7 seas. And he'll tell you very well about that region. And actually, because we are the Navy, we actually enunciate. See, we say hoorah in the Navy. You know, Marines say oorah, you know, because, you know, Marines say oorah. See, they take the H off of it, you know. See, we enunciate in the Navy. So we say hoorah. So you got this smug dirt bag here, all right? Getting back to Mr. Chinese man. Said, what's more, you completely destroyed them and, you know, won your independence, and, you know, he's talking all this bullshit. See, it's funny. He said, with regards to money, we Chinese different from the Congolese. Okay, how so, Mr. How so, Mr. Chinaman? Because according to your GDP, where the fuck is all your money going? I mean, you got 1.4 motherfucking billion motherfuckers there. Where's all your motherfucking money going? If y'all differ from the Congolese, and how come you can't live like kings in your own country, bruh? See, you gotta really unpack what these motherfuckers be saying. Yeah, Marines are technically still Navy. I mean, they are still Navy, but they're Marines though. They are a department of the Navy. I'm not gonna say what department. They are like the the crazy department, the crazy murder cult department. You know, where all the psychos go, you know. You know, like, I don't know if you ever watched, like, G.I. Joe. The ones that, you know, Cobra Commander, you know, Destro had the clone machine. Yeah. And and it's like every like fifth one came out, they didn't say Cobra, like kill. It was like, yeah, you're gonna go over there, buddy. We're there. Yeah, there you go, Drake. It's like, yeah, you're gonna get on that singular zip line with this with your bare hand. You're gonna climb all the way up there to to that thing in the air, and it's going to take you to a place. You're just going to hold on tight. It's going to fly you somewhere. If you make it. You know, and they all got there like, then they land like here's your gun. Yeah, man, Marines got like really like tough. They do. They got these really calloused hands and shit. Whew. Like you ain't never met a Marine with soft hands, man. They fucking grab your hands, feel like fucking wood. But yeah, like you got this Chinese dude sitting there trying to shit on the African guy, right? Trying to shit on the African guy. Talk about, you know, Congolese, they just go out and they spend all of their money. We Chinese, we don't do that. It was like, well, your GDP says you absolutely do that. Your GDP says that's all you do. Your GDP says you don't do anything but that. Because you have 4 times the population of America. And America makes 30% more GDP than you, and you have less shit than us. And according, right? Right? And according to a fucking global population growth model, says that, well, your military should be fucking 4 times more powerful than ours. Says that you should have 52 nuclear powered aircraft carriers at least. See, you should have enough aircraft carriers. You could fucking put one on a fucking entire deck of cards. See, it's like, but you know one thing. It's a good thing that China is the number 1 manufacturer of cap guns. You see? Well, let's play some more. Is the lion though? Yeah. Experience should be passed on. Only way you can develop. You move backwards, not forwards. You neglect the things others had left you. Man, boy, you can't. What? See, Trill nigga would have been.
You fucked up big
Trill
time.
nigga would have been
You're
like.
incapable of running this shit. Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
Money or not, they spend it no stress on payday. They throw it away. I haven't met any Belgians before. Look at you guys. I suspect they're like that. And on payday, the men go crazy. 2 days later, they come asking on loan them for money. Like, fuck out of here, man. Like, yo, like, but Pete. Look how they just talking to these niggas. You know nothing about your country. Nigga. At all. Yo. Man, nigga. Nigga. Ooh-wee. Well, he called that nigga lazy. Boy. But see, that, like, if you look at it, right? Hey, if you look at it, they have to say that, right? Because understand to make invasion, to make colonization as successful as it possibly can be, right? You have to make the domestic population believe that you're doing them a favor by colonizing them, right? You have to make them believe that they needed you to colonize them. You have to make them believe that they needed you, that they were lazy before you got there. Look at what you had. You let all of this go to waste. You were lazy. You weren't doing anything with any of this. You were just letting it rot. Like, shit, we only fucking got our independence like fucking 6 years ago. Shit, still, I mean, 6 years, that's too fucking long. That's too long ago. I mean, shit, you had 6 years and you didn't do anything with it. Like, fuck, I mean, as soon as we got our independence, they fucking sanctioned us in the fucking ground. Like, shit, there's no excuse. Lazy, you still should have did something. Still should have did something. like, you see? But see, isn't it funny how America could have 25% of the world's prisoners? And if you understand that, right? Like Pete, let me show you a little. Let me show you how the game works. Because everybody thought that Joe Biden was soft. Joe Biden is a blue dog. Confederate Dixiecrat. Last of the real conservatives. As a matter of fact, you say he's last, one of a handful, you can say, because he's one of the oldest. You say he's one of the last true leaders of the conservative movement. That's why you see him with the old original leaders of like the Ku Klux Klan and shit, right? Grand Wizards and Grand Dragons, right? Grand Cyclopses and all that bullshit, right? So you could technically say that he is one of the last, last leaders of the original New Age conservative movements. You can literally say that shit. Motherfuckers, motherfuckers don't even understand. You had the white liberal. Let me show you how cold the game is, where you even had the white liberal calling Joe Biden the white liberal. And what I mean by the white liberal was the fake so-called conservative who is really the white liberal that is cosplaying as a conservative, running the subversion game on you by saying Joe Biden's liberal tactics against Putin aren't strong enough. Okay? And what they mean? See, that liberal shit. See, they wanted Biden to destabilize Russia to they wanted Biden to inadvertently, not even inadvertently, they wanted a direct confrontation because they want to push Putin into this no-win scenario to where he seriously considers a nuclear option. Because the white liberal see, that white liberal is really a fascist. He's cosplaying as a conservative, right? He's radicalizing conservatism. That's why he or she is cosplaying as a conservative. Joe Biden is an actual conservative. Show you a little trick. Joe Biden put the sanction on him. See how quickly the sanction effectively neutralizes Putin's entire war machine. He does what is called a full spectrum economic lockdown in which not only does he sanction Putin, but he takes it a step further where he says there will be an economic consequence and that sanctions will extend to anyone who allows Russian money to flow through any allied economy. Okay? Next thing you know, the EU follows suit. That's a gangsta ass move. In American banks, 250 billion Russian dollars. Understand the GDP of Russia is about $1.5 trillion. That is 1/6 of Russia's economy. 1/6 of Russia's overall liquid economy is a tremendous amount. Okay? Had another 80 to 90 billion in Canada's banks. That ain't shit. That ain't nothing to fucking sneeze at. Okay? And then when you're talking about, and then when you add in, Australia, another 70. When you talk about Britain and Germany, France, between the allied nations, had over $100 billion of Russia's money, Russia's liquid. Once again, between America and her allies had 2/3 of Russia's liquid economy. That's some gangster shit. Next thing you know, you have tanks and and convoy vehicles running out of gas on motherfucking Ukrainian streets, like sitting ducks. You have yachts belonging to Russian oligarchs being seized in European ports. You have Russians. You have Russians in middle management and sitting on the boards of companies ready to either defect, okay, or sell out to American corporations, okay? You got Russian oligarchs putting the vice grips, ready to put the noose around Putin's neck now. Problem is, we need Putin in line because Putin ensures the stability of Russia. See, that's a political move to assure the stability of Russia. Why? Because our allies need cheap, dependable energy. No telling what the next dictator of Russia will be. We need one that we can cooperate with. And sometimes it's better to deal with the devil you know. Because such is the nature of politics. If you understand that, then you understand that when it comes to this idea that we call racism, such as with this African that's crying about racism in Ukraine, it is sometimes better to deal with the devil you know. And thus I say unto thee, motherfucking Africans better learn how to motherfucking secure their own goddamn borders. Why they talking about is fucking racism? Huh? Nah, it ain't racism. How the fuck is it racism to ensure that your own women and children get to safety first? Because it certainly wasn't racism when they allowed they sorry motherfucking asses to come over there and go to school and live for free and go to school for free and get grants and all of this other bullshit and get free fucking housing and literally get shit that their own Ukrainian citizens have to motherfucking work for. Huh? While their countries of origin are being raped and pillaged by the fucking devils that they know that they won't even fucking fight. Man, you don't fucking run from that shit instead of deposing them. They fucking cry about the motherfucking countries that they come from, but they won't fight them, and then they want somebody to motherfucking do something about them in Ukraine. Nigga, the level of entitlement. And this is what I've been talking about, fam. But don't have the audacity to come to this country, my country, the country I am proud of. The great American Negro made this country. The land of my father, his father, and the father before him, who made it what it was. Even when it wasn't fair to him. Strongest military in the world. Stood and fought it. They made it fair. Why they running from a motherfucking ragtag? Bunch of disorganized motherfucking barely could be called a military. Then they call it persecution. Police. Seen a hand, which is funny. Anybody that's been in some of these regions where some of these motherfucking some of these warlords at, barely need a fucking platoon to deal with some of these fucking warlords. Yeah? And these niggas are coming over here by the hundreds of thousands. And you see a fucking platoon go and deal with the warlord they running from. And you're like, what the fuck they run? What the fuck y'all running from? Why don't you do with them? Do you see they see motherfucking back in your country? It's like you don't apply yourself. Man, why the fuck you living in squalor, man? My father fought for this fucking country and made it fair. My grandfather fought for this country and made it fair. Your father was a motherfucking bitch, ran from your country, that didn't even have a goddamn military, barely had a police force, had a bunch of armed fucking thugs that didn't even need a full platoon to deal with. You called us lazy. We'll figure that shit. You cried to another motherfucking man, another group of men who you've been feeding off of, and see, but that's what I'm saying. It makes you want to holler. We are the nobles of the world. Us, black folk. Which is a shame. Even when we're derelict, we are still the nobles of the world, man. Look, Let me show you how this whole fucking thing plays out. You seen how the sanctions work, right? Pete, they froze up the money. You seen how that war effort ended up turning out. You got motherfuckers just running up on motherfuckers in the middle of the motherfucking street. Shit, okay, it was effective. Okay? Motherfuckers going there, getting caught. Talking about, look, but see, that's also a failure in leadership, over compartmentalization, where your frontline soldiers don't even know what the fuck is going on. They're lied to, being told that they were just there for exercises. They were told that they were being welcomed with open arms. Nah. I understand compartmentalization, but your frontline soldiers ain't supposed to be completely just lied to like that, right? But understand something, how the sanctions work. Cutting off the money. Let me ask you this. What happens when you get locked up in an American jail? Huh? You get the money cut off. You're barred from the ability to make money like other people. Jail is a sanction. That's what it is. It's one of the types of sanction. It's the more severe type of sanction. Let me ask you this. What happens when you get sued in a court of law? Sued is taking money from you. Another type of sanction. It is an economic hit, okay? Another type of sanction. Okay, bam. About to fuck y'all up, okay? What happens when you end up in debt? Another type of sanction. Okay. See, okay, got another one for you. Got another one for you. Got another one for you. What happens when you end up getting laid off and your job exported out of the country to the third fucking world? Yet again. See, all of those are types of sanctions. Except for only one of them is not a punishment. Or it could be a punishment, but it's a reaction. It's a reaction to a policy. It's a reaction to a policy for workers' rights. Okay? And that is the last one. Now, this was the last thing Man, we get into this one. End into. I thought I was gonna save the best for last. I want to save this one for last. I have this on PDF. This was such a great piece. I forgot I had this. I was talking about this like 2 years ago. Yep, losing the right to vote, suspended license, suspended passport. All of those are sanctions, Jay. See, we forget about those little details. Like, all of those are types of sanctions. Like, all them little details. All that shit is details. All them shits are sanctions. You see, when we get into this, right? This global Africa thing, right? I thought I would say the best for last, and I want to make this one especially long, because we've been live for like 3.5 hours. They hit me for like damn near 30 minutes on the sound because of the whole Bollywood thing. East Indians don't like it when you start putting a little dirty laundry out there and shit. You know what I'm saying? But this one, I forgot. I was talking about this like 2 years ago. When I first started talking about African immigrants. Because African immigrants, they some of the worst, man. The reason I'm saying that, they're real sensitive about culture. Because they like to think that their culture is so fucking superior to everybody's. Right? They like to think their culture is so superior to everybody's. If y'all been noticing, because something used to always touch a nerve with me. I used to hear niggas say that we don't have a culture. That shit used to always touch a nerve with me for some reason. It used to always touch a nerve with me. I'm like, where the fuck you get that from? Like, what asshole told you that? Like, when it comes to any Negro in the diaspora, of all of them, we have the richest culture. Like, we have the most to offer as far as culture goes. Like, there is no culture richer than the great American Negroes. Like there's so much that is like taken from this one here in America. Okay? But I had this laying around. And when we go through it, it's 216 pages. And I'm actually, and I decided that I'm actually going to do this similar to, I'm actually going to do I'm actually going to narrate this in parts. And I'm not going to do it the same way I did the rise and fall of American Empire. I'm actually going to narrate it all the way through, and I'm going to break it up in parts, and I'm going to drop it all at once. And I'm going to put it in a playlist. So it's not going to be like, week by week. You'll be able to hear it all at once whenever I'm finished with it. I'm going to drop it all at once. This one is so interesting. Okay? Because it's relevant. It's relevant to what's going on right now. Because it gets into the declining Soviet Union, right? And it gets into how when the Soviet Union broke up and became the Baltic states, right? When they started succeeding from the Soviet Union and became the Baltic states, how a lot of the Africans from the continent started making a scramble for a lot of those Baltic states, right? After the fall of the Berlin Wall, man. Like this shit is so interesting, right? We're gonna get into it, right? But there's a particular part that I'm gonna read it here. we read it, it's gonna blow your mind. And mind you, this is also written by an African dude. So it's called Africa's Soft Power Philosophies, Political Values, Foreign Policies, and quote unquote cultural exports. And when you really we really get into it, you'll find that really not a whole lot of cultural exports that these motherfuckers got. So all right, let's get to it. So we'll just skim through it. This 7-chapter book is a powerful testimonial to consummate African scholarship, which really don't have a lot, but that's besides the point. Okay. Taylor and Francis Group, blah, 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 blah. African Soft Power. This book investigates the ways in which soft power is used by African countries to help drive global influence, blah, 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 which it really doesn't. As we can tell, because they couldn't even get their own people out of Ukraine, so they're really not driving shit. Okay. Shots fired, of course. Yoruba oral tradition in Islamic Nigeria. Okay, that would be an oxymoron, right? Yoruba oral tradition is Islamic Nigeria, so who's influencing who? But hey, look, that's besides the point. Whatever. Let's continue on. Hey. Look, all kind of inconsistencies, right? Look, this is why I'm gonna narrate it, right? You're gonna see all this shit. List of tables, acknowledgments, introduction. Yo, the first chapter of this shit is crazy. De-Americanizing and Africanizing soft power. Yeah. It says that. Nigeria, Niger Swagger. South Africa, Egypt. Huh? Kenya, Harambe attractions. Conclusion, Africa as a model. All right, the global soft power, the eight largest economies in Africa, which is interesting because we just discussed economies, and even with all 8, and you'll find, and we'll go through it, like the 8 largest economies in Africa, and I'll show you them. We'll go through them. All 8 of those, the 8 biggest economies in Africa, still don't measure up to shit. Like, yeah, they still don't measure up to shit. Like, and the reason I'm saying that is because 8 of Africa's largest economies, all 8 of them still need help from just China. And that's just sad. And I mean, just look at the way shit's worded, right? Grants received by Nollywood. 2015 Mama Awards, 2016 Mama Award, Nigeria's contribution to UN peacekeeping operations. You mean UN's contributions to Nigeria? Right? Freedom in Africa? No. Top 10 African universities, like, no. Like, here's the sad thing about the top 10 African universities. Like, the sad thing about the top 10 African universities aren't even in the top 200 aren't even in the top like 200 universities. Don't even make it in the top 200 universities in the world. I just want you to keep that in mind. Cybernetics Lab, top 10 African universities aren't even in the top 500 in the world. Top 10 most admired African brands in 2020 aren't even in the top 1,000 in the world. You know what I'm saying? 2020 Global Peace Index. This is all like it's like it's like fiction, you know. It's like aspirations. It's like aspirations more than they are facts. You see? Oh, migrant acceptance index. This is interesting. Like, that's why I'm gonna narrate this. Right. The 10 countries with the highest number of jobs created in the travel and tourism sector. Okay. Now that's an interesting section, because those top 10 countries are also the highest countries with the highest rates of sex tourism, the highest countries where sex trafficking, human trafficking, fucking crimes against humanity, rape, all types of crazy shit. Top 10 remittance recipients 2018, top 10 troop contributions to the United Nations. And it's crazy, like, and these top 10 troop contributors to the United Nations of African countries, like, that top 10, it would need all 10 of those countries just to equal, literally in the bottom, like, would be among the bottom, like, to be in the bottom 10 countries of, like, NATO or the UN. You know what I mean? Like, they don't really contribute a whole lot to, like the world as far as defense goes. Top 10 countries of origin tourists visiting Kenya, particularly. International criminal court cases. Kenya's ranking in the corruption perception index very high. Okay. But I'm gonna tell you down here, like page 20 though, like, because it gets into this part where it starts discussing, like, yeah, it's fucking, they don't really contribute shit. Man, it's fucking. They don't really have a lot of scholarship. Like they literally gotta either go to school, literally, in order to even fucking accomplish to have scholarship on Africa. This is what's sad about it. To have scholarship on anything Africa, they gotta go to school here in America, right? London, France, and Canada. Or Germany. Those are the countries they have to go to even fucking know anything about fucking as far as anything scholarly in Africa, man. It's like that's how fucked up shit is in Africa. Like you can't learn shit about Africa in an African school as far as scholarship. Like none of that shit is accredited. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, you gotta go to fucking University of Paris. Okay, here's the part I want to highlight, right? It says during the Cold War, Russia, the resurgence of the Kremlin. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union wielded its soft power primarily in terms of its political and economic values of socialism. See, now this is written by African dude, which should let you know, like, just by the way this is written, let you know they really ain't got no fucking scholarship. Okay, it's like a guy that learned all this shit like secondhand and played a game of telephone with another dude from another African university or something. It's like, yeah, what about other values of socialism? It's like the Soviet brand of socialism provided an alternative to Western capitalism. Actually, no, it didn't. Which is still characterized as imperialist. No, it's not. It's like a game of telephone again. Across the world, Soviet socialism was attractive to some European. No, yo. Some European, Asian, African, and Latin American countries. The high economic growth rate. This dude. This is what I mean, man. Like, this is why it was interesting. The Soviet brand of socialism provided an alternative to Western capitalism, which is still characterized as imperialist by many across the world. Soviet socialism was attractive to some European, Asian, African, and Latin American countries. The high economic growth rate recorded in the Soviet Union in the period immediately following the end of World War II and the successful launch of Sputnik in 1957 created the impression in the hearts and minds of many that Soviet Union was ahead of the United States. This in turn bolstered the former's soft power. Nye 2004. with the collapse of the Soviet Union and its appealing socialist ideology, Russia, particularly under Putin, realized the need to develop and wield other sources of soft power in at least the CIS. This did not prove too difficult given the economic growth following Putin's emergence as president in 2000, his first stint, and the increasing importance of Russia's gas and oil in the region. The sources of Russian soft power, including its goods, which range from natural resources to finished goods, its culture, popularized by satellite television, its film industry, rock music, and the perceived availability of jobs for its immediate neighbors. Russia has attracted millions of people from Central Asia, Caucasus, and other parts of Eurasia in search of greener pastures due to the visa-free policy implemented by Moscow and a majority of the CIS states. In the first half of 2019, 2.4 million migrant workers entered Russia, with the contiguous states including Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan contributing the largest portion, totaling 918,000, 524,000, 265,000, 165,000, 105,000, respectively, the Moscow Times 2019. Labor migrants from faraway places like China, Germany, Turkey, UK, and the United States arrived in the same period. The Moscow Times 2019, Laurel 2013, asserts that Gazprom, Rosneft, Itera, and Lukoil helped Moscow to develop an energy-based soft power strategy toward Ukraine and, to a lesser extent, Central Asia by controlling pipelines, building new processing plants, and overseeing the gas station business, electricity producing firms, RAO, Unified Energy System, but also private actors such as Rusal embodied Russian influence in the hydropower sector in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Moldova, Armenia, and Georgia. Russian banks and investment firms displayed such dynamism that they largely shaped the banking sector of the entire CIS. It is thus clear that the economic survival of most of the CIS states rests on the shoulders of Russia, augmenting Moscow's soft power. Unlike the Soviet Union, Russia, with a few exceptions such as Georgia in 2008 and Ukraine in 2014, has placed primacy on its economic power rather than its military. Okay, so that's what our esteemed brother in Jay Shine was referring to specifically last week. It has successfully used its economic powers to persuade its neighbors to agree with its terms with regard to regional policies. Russia's dominance in the economics of the CIS is notable. The country's energy agreement with Turkmenistan cedes control to its former of the latter's gases until 2028. The Russian state electricity firm is the major supplier of electricity in Georgia. In order to repay the debt of $40 million, Armenia gifted its nuclear power station to Moscow, and a Russian energy company is responsible for Armenia's gas transportation. Russian is the most important language in the region, has served as an even pull factor for citizens of post-Soviet Union states that are considering migrating to Russia. Many citizens of the CIS, particularly Ukraine, Belarus, Moldova, understand Russian as it is the language of commerce, work, and education, and illustrating potential of Russia's soft power. The influx of migrants from surrounding regions continues if Russian business involvement grows in neighboring states. Regional youth continue to watch Russian TV and films and purchase Russian software, CDs and DVDs and other consumer products, and especially the heavy hand of Moscow is pulled back. The hand of commerce is extended instead of Russian foreign policy. Russia will achieve the economic and cultural predominance in Eurasia that the U.S. has in the Americas. You see, and so here's a fundamental problem, right? The African can have this in Africa. The Africans can have this in Africa, and they have no intent on having any of it. You see? They'll go all over the fucking world instead of consolidating their power. They'll go all over the fucking world instead of consolidating their power, man. And then complain like this shit, man. Yeah. Then complain. You know what I'm saying? They got no interest in power. Ain't got no interest in power. But we supposed to see? Here is a fundamental problem. Look, if you don't have might, if you don't got might, soft power don't mean shit. See, because you can have all the motherfucking soft power and all that shit in the world. Nigga. Once a motherfucker call your bluff, you just saw that. Look, you just saw that. Look, man. You just saw that. Huh?
Я своей жизни не пожалею, блядь, на этих пидоров, блядь. Сука, гандоны. Это все вот возле моего дома, блядь. Гандоны ебаные, блядь. Я в долгу не остался, блядь, ребята, не остался в долгу.
You don't have might. Yeah, well, soft power without might means you ain't got no power.
Блядь. Это кадыровцы ебаные, блядь. Как пришли, блядь, сука, так и на тот свет ушли.
Soft power without might
Пидорасы
means you ain't got no
блядь.
power. Okay, period.
Вот что с них, блядь,
Got
поставалось,
all the
блядь.
soft power in the motherfucking world. If you ain't got no
Вот
motherfucking
что
might, that means you ain't got no power. Okay?
Вот, блядь. Одни запчасти, пидоры, блядь. Андоны ебаные, блядь.
You gotta have might. Soft power without might ain't power. Huh?
Это все в Буче, молодцы. ВСУ, молодцы. Вот что пооставалось, блядь. Вот это все Буча, в Буче. Это все в Буче, блядь. Я своей жизни не пожалею. Я своей жизни не пожалею, блядь.
Yeah, man. Soft power without might ain't power. Why do you think a motherfucking banker hires private security? All that type of shit. Think about it. If all you needed was some motherfucking soft power, shit, you wouldn't need a goddamn nuke if all you needed was soft power, right? Shit, if all you needed was fucking money, you wouldn't need guns, right? Hell, if all you needed was money, you wouldn't need to pay for men with guns. This is why I say, like, I'm gonna narrate that shit. It's so fucking ridiculous through and through. It'll show you just how like stupid. I'm not gonna say stupid. It'll just show you how misguided. Because there's so much like Africa worship that happens. There's so much Africa worship that happens, and like, you still have niggas running around here on YouTube that think Africans are just so much better and so much smarter, so much superior than us. And you have Africans, and this is why Africans believe that shit. Africans be believing that shit. They only believe that shit because niggas keep gassing their ass up. Bruh, we the greatest. Aren't we the greatest? We're really the greatest. We're the greatest. Look, but what's the come is that, like I said, I found a lot of the old audio is from an old computer from when I had the other channel. Since I have been unofficially reactivated by the pettiest of officers, the great advisor. And I was gonna say this tonight, it's kind of unofficial. I was actually planning on going earlier, but I had to make sure that this thing was working because yesterday I had I actually had an audio problem yesterday too. I was cutting out. I think it was probably because I was playing that Beyonce. But I was like, thank you for hanging in there with me tonight. It's been an honor, pleasure, privilege. I don't know when.
General quarters. All hands man your battle stations. Set condition zebra throughout the ship. Forward up to starboard, down aft to port. Brace yourselves for high-speed maneuvers as we engage hostile contacts. This is not a drill.
But it'll be sometime. Say salute to the nation. Long live the black nobility. Abba Noblesse. Stand by for further instruction. Until next time, over and out.